Hello, everyone. Okay, so let's get some background music going and get set up for today's stream. So today's stream is going to be interesting. Um, Mainly, I'm going to be focused on kind of finishing up the browser tool. Now, there was a time when we were thinking about making the browser tool be a premium kind of proprietary service that ExpressAI had as part of the platform. And I'm not sure about that being the best option because it's not 100%. And that's the thing I'm kind of like worried about, right? If people are building agents on the platform and they have some specific task that they have in mind that requires the browser tool, if it's an open source component that's like part of everything, then they can tweak it and hard code it to work for that workflow, right? And I can imagine certain workflows where you might have like really only a handful of websites that the bot should be permitted to access, and of those, like could be pretty dynamic, but in general, maybe there's some kind of hook or trick that you want to add, just like a little function or something that it can use to just do something 100% correct all the time, instead of kind of making a mistake and then learning from it and then remaking, like writing the script again and doing things like that. So we've decided to make the browser tool open source, but we kind of have to like take it away from the API based kind of thing that we had before and make it into like a component, and kind of refactor it a little bit. So we'll be kind of creating it from scratch, but I'll take the kind of algorithm that we had before and put it in there. So that's pretty much the plan for today. And hopefully people will be able to use that and get things working a lot better. So I do have a few announcements while we're waiting for stuff. There's been a few things happening in ExpressAI land. For some people who may know, ExpressAI is a company that is in Japan, and we have decided to attend the Takeoff Tokyo event that's happening. Let me share the browser thing here. Yeah, so there's Takeoff Tokyo that's happening on the 8th and 9th, and we're going to present here. We have sponsored the event. I really like what they're doing and why they're doing it. They kind of feel like, if you look at investment in startups all around the world, but particularly in America, things have been kind of recovering and going up. But if you look at startup investments in Japan, they kind of were going in they were growing, but then they really tapered out at the beginning of the pandemic, and they kind of like stayed that way. And in terms of like per capita investment, things really aren't where they really should be here in Japan. And one of the things they're trying to do is to kind of help the ecosystem of startups and things like that. That's something I can get behind, because like Tokyo is like an amazing place. I mean, I don't live in Tokyo, but there is really like a genuine amount of talent in there. It's like a super big metropolis, like bigger than New York, bigger than San Francisco. um, type of thing, when you can consider like the amount of people there, and um, you know, some of the best talent in Japan, um, are making games, and those games, I mean, pretty good games. Like I pretty much enjoy the game scene over here, but there's also a lot of talent um, in big companies, uh, and I feel like the talent that's kind of in the big companies a lot isn't really used to its full potential. Um, and you'll sometimes see that some of the best Japanese programmers in Japan leave for the U.S., where they don't necessarily join like early stage startups, but they'll join like incumbent startups and things like that. Um, and I was doing like hackathons and kind of these kind of pitch hackathons actually, back in like 2015, 2016, 2017. And it's been a while. And one of the interesting things is kind of, I feel like the younger generation, like the born after 2000 generation in Japan, are pretty different. Like those kids right now graduating from university are quite a lot more American than, like, maybe not Americans per se, but I would say they're definitely a lot more comfortable with certain things, um, than their peers, like their superiors, the people who graduated maybe 5 years ago. Yeah, like I felt that when I did these pitch kind of events, back at JBS, there are people pitching perfectly good startup ideas, right? Like some of those ideas I've seen other companies totally execute on, and we would talk with some of the people in, what's it called? We'd talk with some of the students because it was mainly for students to come and pitch and do their thing. And we would offer them $100,000, go do your startup that you just mentioned. You won the contest, right? And we had no one take it. And the terms were really good. It was something along the lines of like 100,000, like seed for, I think it was like 5% of the company or something. Plus you had the office space, right? And all sorts of like incubator things. It was kind of way more. Hold on a second. My AirPods have died. That's weird. Well, anyway, it was a lot more than what like many other incubators do and startups do. So, yeah, for me, it was like a really interesting, surprising thing that we had no takers, not even one taker, even though there's so many great ideas there. And interestingly enough, many of those ideas, I see them pop up often. Something about certain ideas, usually around like, one of the ideas that I've seen many times is like walking sticks, things like that. But anyway, we'll be sponsoring this and attending and hopefully pitching. They're currently kind of screening the startups that want to pitch at the event, and I've submitted our pitch deck to see if they want to have me over there. So if you are in Japan, please join Takeoff Tokyo. And the other thing that we're doing is Builders Weekend. Builders Weekend is coming up, and it's a hackathon um, in June 2 to the 4th. The application closes the 26th, so you have to join, in the next couple of days if this looks interesting to you. But it's like a hackathon for 48 hours. So it's going to start on Friday night, and then you're just going to continue until Sunday. And it'll just be an interesting hackathon. We're participating as a sponsor here too. The partners make for a really interesting kind of, I don't know, set of technologies for hackathon, I think, because you have Kraken, which is not this Kraken is not the it's a brand of Octopus Energy, so it's like an energy company that's kind of focused on making smart meters and giving you kind of dynamic billing. Like you can take advantage of surge, like the opposite of surge pricing. It's like when there's just a lot of extra capacity on the network, where the prices become like much lower. You can take advantage of that and charge your car at that time, for example. And that's super cool as someone who has an electric car. It's interesting when you have an electric car, because electricity is something where you always get billed. Like right now they're increasing the price of electricity because gasoline, like not gasoline prices, but oil prices have gone up, and so the electricity prices go up, but the gasoline prices haven't gone up. And that's kind of bullshit, like if you're the government's really particularly the Japanese government has super subsidized the gasoline price because they kind of feel that that's super critical for the infrastructure. They've really subsidized it, and even when America was having crazy gas prices, Japan had like rock steady gas prices at 140 a liter or something like that. Still expensive, but not, it didn't go up to like 200 a liter or something like that. So that's pretty cool. And things that kind of help electricity be even more affordable is amazing. Like I'm totally happy with the affordability of an electric car. When it comes to like gasoline, it's like I essentially fill it up with about 2 gallons of gas worth of energy, and then use it for an entire week with no issues. Or even when I was going to Kobe and back and forth, I could do that for 3 days or something like that on 2 gallons of gas. It's nothing. It's so efficient. So it almost doesn't matter. But given how efficient my car is versus how inefficient regular cars are, the pricing, when you do the math and look at what the gasoline is like, that's not fair. But anyway, that's neither. Kraken is cool for not just that, but it has other information things. Morph is this interesting kind of like database. So it's something like a kind of more database version of what's that thing called? Smart Table or something like that. It's kind of like a Firebase type of thing, right? Like you have this database that you can put up, and they've added like this ChatGPT support, so you can just like explain what you want, and then it'll make the table for you, and things like that. So it's pretty cool. It means you can get your data. And then A-Star is a crypto kind of it's like one API for a bunch of crypto networks. So that's, and I guess, kind of cool. I think I'm not too big into the crypto scene because as an American, like they hate me, so it sucks. But I can kind of see the utility of having like one API that gets you into Ethereum and other things and things like that. And then finally, there's Express AI, which will let you kind of like drag and drop really quick, applications that can do work for you, so that you can have them and do all sorts of cool things, and you can hook it up into Discord bots or Slack bots really easily, right? And so I feel like, man, there's got to be something where you can combine all these things and make something ridiculously cool. But anyway, so we're sponsoring this. It's going to be in, I think, Egg, in Japan, or in Tokyo, pretty soon. So if anyone who is watching this in the next couple of days, and if you're interested in it, go ahead and apply, and say hi to me if you're interested in doing this stuff. And yeah, so that's mainly it in terms of kind of company things. Then the other thing that I thought was really interesting is that we finally have a paper for RWKV. I'm very happy about that. So I personally really like RWKV, mainly because I guess I'm old school, but I feel that it is important for a model to have more to it than just the inputs and outputs, right? And having this kind of recurrent neural network that has state, even though I think the state that it currently has is way too small. It needs a much bigger internal state. But yeah, like having just like this state vector that you can take out and put back in, really, I think, brings a whole lot of new kind of capabilities, right? Because like, you can, inside the state vectors, kind of like memories, like it's a context that it has. And particularly when we're dealing with agents, I feel like the ability for the agent to be able to like take its current situation and then load a state vector that is, relevant or similar to the situation that was in previously, and start from there, is really good. Now, unfortunately, it's not as good as like GPT for many things. So there's still a little bit more work to do. And like I said, I think the context vector is a little too small, or the state vector is too small. But in terms of like performance and all sorts of things, it is really cool. It's really good. I like how simple the architecture is and how easy it is to implement it. So yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on our WKV, and I'm happy that there's a paper on it. We will very soon be allowing you to use RWKV in Technologic. Technologic, we've actually had multiple backends from the beginning, but in the currently published one, that's why it says backends with an S, we only show OpenAI, but there's actually the RWKV one. And so if you wanted to try that, you can check out our GitHub, where we have the XAI LLM server that is actually a kind of OpenAI compatible like API that has RWKV in the base. There's maybe some other tweaks that I think we need to do, which is why we haven't really published it yet. Mainly that I think GPT 3.4 are like trained with like user and assistant, but if I'm not mistaken, I think RWKV is trained with Alice and Bob as the conversations. And so we need to kind of convert that. And I don't think they have system. It might have system. I really need to look into it. So to get it to really perform its best, we need to make those kind of tweaks to get it to align to the way it's been trained. But really soon, I just need to sit down and do it. Probably on a live stream or something like that. And then you can play around with RWKV, but it's great. Everything about what BlinkDL has been doing here, I think, is top notch. And I would like to have a more, you know, non like I don't know, monoculture of transformers. Like, yeah, transformers are cool, but you know, we could probably do other things, not just optimizing transformers, but you know, like it's kind of a waste, I think, right? Just to have there's only the input and only the output. Um, should be definitely possible to have like internal states that you can mess with, that it can store for later, you know, things like that. I really think are um, going to be really important actually for agents. So I hope that people will keep developing these things. Okay, cool. So let's now head over to my other desktop real quick. Okay, so let's go to Jupyter Lab and start sharing the screen again. Okay, cool. So this is actually Zybo, which is the chatbot that we have. And if you interact with Zybo on our channel, this is going to be what you see. That's pretty cool that it all works. There's a few kind of bugs that we haven't run into, but I know they're going to be here with regards to timing. So I have plans to change that up a little bit. But anyway, I kind of want to experiment with using HF agents for browsing. I'm not sure it's going to work. That's kind of what I want to do here. So I want to make it so that you can make a browser tool and have it use that to browse the web, get the contents of things, and stuff like that. So I think I'm going to start working on that. Yeah, so maybe let's go do that. Okay, so let's see. So the main game plan here. So let me change the layout. I think that works. I kind of wish I could change the size of my video here. But it doesn't look like I can. Yeah. It doesn't seem like you can change the size of the video. It's like just, it's kind of, I guess, the right size here. Anyway, so let's add a new make tool. So what I think we can do is move these things over here, give us some space, and then in the SFH agents, we will have a make tool. I'll just put up here. Then we can delete that and execute the make tool. Ref. This one should not be that. Or is it? Yeah, maybe we do. So for people who don't know kind of what I'm trying to do. So in our Discord, you'll know that there's Jen. And one of the things that I can ask Jen to do is to look at a website and take a screenshot of the page. And yeah, that's currently, using what's available in the GPT agent toolkit. And it has some limitations, right? Like it doesn't work too well. And I've kind of been like just holding out for like GPT-4 or something like that. But I still don't have GPT-4 access. It does seem like OpenAI really hates me. So I'm gonna try to help OpenAI, or not help OpenAI, but help GPT-3 browse the web better. And hopefully it'll be super fast and also, decently good. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Anyway, so let's go here. So I need to give it a name. I'm gonna call this Browse Web. So it'll be a Browse Web tool. And for the description, I think I'll take this description and copy it, and I'll say that this is a tool. So this is a tool. I'll say Browse Web is a tool that and the kind of prompt engineering you need to do for these things is kind of interesting. It is a tool that controls a web browser and allows you to extract the extract the contents of web page. And produce a screenshot image of it. Right? Browse web. Takes an input named URL, which is the first page that it will access. So access. So the problem with this is that essentially Hugging Face system is more like a method call. And the browsing system that we have built in is more like a script. And the script is kind of good, but it's also kind of a problem because it assumes that it can do things like way too much. and that's kind of one of the issues. So like if I ask it to get me something from Amazon, it will first completely make up a script that enters text in the search field and searches, and that will fail. Like it does it all the time, because remember, it doesn't learn, so it always makes the same mistake the first time. So it will access Amazon and fail, uh, essentially right away, because it tries to enter text into the field and it doesn't exist. Then the error message, I push the error message, but I also add like the page HTML in there so that it has a chance to correct its mistake. And sometimes it will actually get the right ID that it needs and enter the text and go to the product page. So I've seen it go to the product page, and I've seen it actually click on the thing and add it to the cart, but it was by accident, kind of thing. It's like it happened to search for something that is exactly what, it would like look for a certain text and click on it. And that is exactly what it needed. And then it wouldn't get any further, because the script where it added it to the cart contained like if statements and things like that. And those aren't necessarily supported in the browser. It's not the intention of how it should work. The intention of how it should work is you open a browser, then you get the results, then you click on a button, like you use the result to then figure out what you should do, like click on the button, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that might be difficult with Hugging Face, because the Hugging Face way is essentially gives different functions, right? And I mean, maybe we can try it and just see what it does. But I need to figure out how to make it click on something, you know? I mean, you could always be like all sorts of keyword arguments, but then it becomes a little bit difficult to implement it in circuits per se. Maybe. The main thing is I need a way to, like, I guess if the browser is global, always, then that may work. If it's global. Make a global. So essentially what we want it to do is it'd be like browse web URL equals google.com. And get some sort of result from that. Then we want it to do browse web, click, something like that. Okay. Then browse, but before it clicks the search button, for example, let's say this is like search button. And before it does that, we can maybe could we do browse web input like selector Things about food, type, food bar. If we can make it do these things and just like treat the browser itself as a global thing, that may work. Then we have to like have support for like selector and type and click and all sorts of other things. Let me check. Okay, anyway, so let's do it this way. Input name URL, which will open a new page. URL. Okay. There's like so many things it could do. We need to have like type. Yeah, there's so many things it could do. And each one of the things that we put in the description kind of minimizes our context line. And so you kind of want to make it, ideally you want to make it like really intuitive and simple. That might be difficult. Might be really difficult. Browse web is a tool that controls the browser. URL. Okay, so this maybe explain it. Okay, browse web takes various arguments depending on what you want to do. Which is a global web browser. Supplying an input name URL will open a new page at the URL. Notification. Supplying I think if we look at Playwright, we mainly want to do something like you can look up an element, like locator, I think that's what it was, right? Was there an element? Yeah, selector. So you say selector, and then we can click on it, or we can type. Was there like a doc? So we want get by role. That's an interesting one. Yeah, maybe we'll just do that. Okay, so applying locator. To click on element, apply a locator parameter with the query selector needed to target the element and click is left to click on it. To type and input text into a field, supply locator and input equals text to input something like that. I guess we could want something along those lines. Let's see. Yeah. So after we make the tool, we got to go back here. There's that. Then we have to do the run tool. So this is where things become new. So maybe let's how is that connected? This make tool is connected to init. This is applying output ref in there. And we don't want any of these things. So we have the name, description, and the output ref. All right. I think I want to add a screenshot. Screenshot supply screenshot equals true. I guess that could work. Could it work? I guess it could work. Can't think of a better way of taking a screenshot. You have like browser tool, screenshot true. Yeah, I guess that would work. Why wouldn't it work? Cool. So what do we need? So here we have input ref. The prompt. Let's open up the script and see what that does again. Essentially, we have call and prompt. Yeah, that's why this is kind of a little difficult. Custom tool is set to that. We could make this keyword args. And then make this be keyword args prompt instead. Input ref. Oh, man, that's complicated. Doing interesting things with the keywords make things really complicated. We could make it be the prompt be like a Python script, like a line type of deal. That could be a thing. But what would the thing be? We would have left. Zooming breaks everything, so let me not zoom. Browse tool. I guess you could do that. You would have a prompt that has a script, and we kind of parse that script. Actually, let me see. Let's save this for now. Delete these things. And then just see if the change that I made is good enough. Or like if this breaks things or not. So let me save and deploy it. And then if we restart Zybo, and then in here, I essentially tell it to do the same thing. If that works, then good. Variable image is not defined. So it did image transformer to add text to the image. Oh, okay. Yes, makes sense. I kind of need an image. So I think I can just save this image. What happened? Okay, and then if I add this image here, let's transform it. No, that's not going to, because we don't have a way to do the prompt. But if I give it this thing to give me another blue image like this. Will it work? And use the OpenAI custom tool. It takes one positional argument, but two were given. And yeah, the timing of this is sus, very sus. We have essentially maybe we don't do things with make tool. Or, I mean, it's not a terrible idea. It's just that there's limitations with the kind of architecture that Hugging Face has here. So let's not limit ourselves to this, I think. Yeah, instead, maybe let's go with the big AGI thing. Yeah, okay, so let's first start with a objective that it needs to browse the web for any votes. I guess we could say find the title of the top post on Hacker News right now. Get the title of the top page on Hacker News right now and save a screenshot of the top page. Yeah, let's start with this. And then let's go here. We have the execute type tool. Oh, that reminds me, I really should fix the Vecto memory. You know, Vecto is very good. And we've recently updated the thing, the Vecto API. And we need to update that. Okay, the CDP address that I always use. So let's get onto the Proxmox and do that. Okay, go to agent 1, open up the console. Actually, let's keep this here. Do I? Yeah, kind of like having a separate window. The 9222. So this is http://localhost 9222. Or was it HTTP? Let's check the find manual. It says that let me just double check if I don't remember if it was HTTP or not. Let's look at the script. So we got the browser tool, and I think I remember putting, not do that. Okay, that's interesting. Well, anyway, can't remember what it was for that. But let's do it anyway. I have the feeling. All right, let's look at the playwright documentation. Okay, that makes sense. So if I want to install, and then we want to API, and we want to see how to get the right browser context. I completely forgot what it was. It's been a little while since I've messed with this thing. But anyway, for the people who have just joined, what I'm trying to do is implement a better browser tool. So that the XAI GPT Agent Toolkit comes with a browser tool, and it kind of sucks. So we're going to fix it. And we have some ideas of how to fix it. And we're going to fix it and then open source the fix so that everybody can benefit from the capabilities. And kind of more importantly for everyone else, we want to make it so that you can tweak it. So it might be that you have an agent that you want to do something specific, and it could possibly do something like maybe it always fails on a specific page that you want it to be looking at. Like, let's say whatever it is you're doing is kind of limited to like 5 web pages or something like that. But you know for sure that it should always do something, and it always seems to fail. So you might kind of take this code and then tweak it so that it never fails in that particular instance. And then you have a nice robust agent for that specific task. And we think that that's better, that everyone can do that, rather than us trying to provide a kind of one-stop shop browser component that everybody can use, because it's not always going to be correct for every single possible website. There's just so many. Anyway, so let's look at Playwright 922 real quick to see what people are doing. I think let's look at 922. Yeah, connect over TCP, HTTP, colon all those 922. Yeah, so that's exactly what we want. You can do this or that. That's kind of interesting. I don't like the UUID there. But anyways, let's do this. Okay, so now we have a browser tool. And then if we say, go to Hacker News and save a screenshot of the top page, pretty simple. So let's compile this. And then copy it over to let's copy this over to Zybo. Yeah, copy it over to Zybo, and then over in, okay, yeah, that's the wrong one. We want to upload it to that machine, which should be on 56, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we can put it in projects, Zybo. That's not there, so expected. So I can cd projects, maker Zybo. Okay, so now we have that. Stopped running the other one. And now if I copy it over, does the tilde work on Windows? No. So let me double check that the IP address is the right one. Oh, it's 964. Okay, fine. Fine. 64. Right. I'm not E. Gonzalez there. I'm Agent 1. Ooh. Okay, so now that that is all in there, we can go here, see everything. And if I make sure that I have the VM activated, go there, should be able to run baby.agi.py and see it working with the first baby AGI. So yeah, so we have the browser tool, SCPython tool, and ScriptWeb tool. All pretty good. Okay, messed up on taking the screenshot. And it has accessed Hacker News. Hopefully everybody can see. And Waymo and Uber partner to bring autonomous things. How interesting. Okay, so let me get ready to supercharge this thing to get some of our secret sauce. Yeah, so one thing you see, it's like it's going there and then waiting for some sort of selector. Then it's like trying to do some stuff. And one, it's not really getting what I wanted. I didn't want this thing. I wanted the title of the page, which is Waymo, the official Waymo blog type of thing. That's really what I want. But beggars can't be choosers, I guess. So yeah, anyway, so while that tries to figure that out, I'll keep an eye on it over here. Let's make the browser automation better. Now, one of the things I think we'll need is our hot sauce JS. The hot sauce was our secret sauce for stuff. We're just going to kind of publish it along with the things. But this is a extension that we need to inject into the page so that we can call these methods and get stuff. We can call extract text, if I'm not mistaken, and then get things from the page. So let's start with that. So if we go to agent components and find the browser tool, so let me stop this thing. It's getting dumber and dumber as time goes on, which is the thing. Like rampancy is totally a thing with our small models, and so who knows what the future is.
Hey there.
Hey, Paul.
I thought I'd join you. Yeah, I was watching. Kind of messed a bit with the stream title. Yeah, and I hope it will attract more people now. The previous one was a bit boring. Yeah.
I'm not an exciting person.
It only told people who already knew what it was going to be, like what it's going to be. I think the new one is a little bit nicer. So let me have a quick overview to, everyone what the hot sauce JS is. Because like 90% of it is from Chrome to produce XPath. And the really interesting part there is the lower part. If you scroll down all the way, there are kind of a few things. There's obviously the extract text, but it's the collect visible and the visible BB. That's interesting. And the visible BB only, it has only the bounding box. So there are two things. Visible content creates the JSON with what's its name? The XPath. So every visible element gets the XPath to that element and its text content. And visible BB does the same thing, but instead of it has the XPath and it has the bounding box. So one of them can be used for things like kind of well-structured pages, I'd call them, where the XPath is enough to guess kind of where things should be or how they relate to each other. Whereas the bounding boxes, they are meant for pages that are a bit more chaotic, I guess. So you would there you would kind of direct the browser to click on a specific position instead of getting the element by XPath and then like calling click on that. And the bounding box, while more versatile, needs more tokens. And the visible bounding box only goes even a step further, and it doesn't include the XPath at all, if it's like entirely pointless to have that.
I see, it makes sense.
And that produces the JSON kind of for that. Ideally, we would even turn the JSON into YAML to go to even fewer tokens.
Yes, and I think we can probably do that. But let's start with the JSON.
Yeah.
So I need to first inject this, and I'm sure there's a way to do that.
There should be.
Yeah, I saw it just now. Pretty sure there was a way to inject either into the context, so we can add cookies, add init script. That's what we want. Yeah, browser context, add init script, and then we have this path, preload.js. Okay, so hot sauce is going to be there. So I think we can do this. Now this is the Node.js. We want to go to Python browser context and init script path thing. Okay, so something like this is what we need.
Okay, I'm going to drop from the stream again, and I'll jump in if I find that it's necessary.
Okay. Okay, cool. So anyway, we have Chromium. And then we have our page, which is not a context. Okay. So we either we look at our context, and if it is greater than 0, do that. So then after that, we can go self.chrome.context 0. No, because we don't know if it's the first page. Does the page have a context? Let's see, page here, and page has a context, which gets the product, the context that it comes from. So once we are here, we can do self.page.context. Add init script. We call this hot sauce.js. Okay. And just so to make sure that that's actually working, let's go to hot sauce. And at the end of hot sauce, let's alert. That way it will stop the browser until we're done. Copy star.js, star.py requirements, and everything in there. Where'd my browser go? It's here. Okay, so if we look, we now have hot sauce.js. If I run baby AGI, it's going to develop a task list. Go to line combinator, invalid syntax, string line 1. Yes, I did that because it essentially said 1, go to whatever. It likes making lists. Really, really likes making lists. It's like a friend that I used to know who really, really loved making lists. And it just allowed us to add this. But that's not what the instruction said. So get your shit together, GPT. Okay, and it's using Python exec to do the thing? No. Okay. I don't want you to use Python exec. So we're going to get rid of the Python exec. Right here. There we go. No Python exec for you. You get a browser and a scratchpad. That's all you need. Back in my day, you didn't have those kind of things. I had to climb uphill both ways in the sand. Okay. Now, even when you don't give it the Python exec tool, it does try sometimes to use the Python exec tool. Again, with this 1, 2, 3, I should probably add support for that in the browser tool. Because it sometimes works, but yeah, that's another thing. Like when you want to be lenient with the AI and when you want to be strict. And if you give it too much leeway, you might be inviting yourself to like bad things. I have a feeling one other thing that we might want to try in baby AGI is to raise the temperature as the task grows. So like when the task context is very small, as in there's no issues, it would be a low temperature. And then as it grows, because there were errors and stuff like that in that specific task, it would grow the temperature. That would kind of, I'm not sure if that would work, but it might be better than nothing, because it's true, like sometimes it'll just get stuck and not do anything. It'll just keep doing the same stupid stuff. Yeah, like what is this? Let's be a little more specific. So for those wondering what the browser tools says, it says, write down and mark down code blocks, right, and things like that. And it shows you, tool, browser, go to whatever, fill, click, and I think maybe the show the user which step to perform is probably not so good. Let me check what I have it in here. So go to agent components. I think I've been playing around with it, so it's not the original. I think tool spec browser. Yeah, shows the browser which steps to perform and stuff like that. So the reason why it says shows the user is because if you kind of tell it to scrape a web page, then it like hits a toss violation or something, and it just says I can't do that. So by saying show the user which step to perform, that kind of makes sense. But I really don't want to add support for like 1, 2, 3 or something like that. Anyway, we can make this better. Sure, let's try it again. See if the RNG blesses us today. Because before at least it was actually getting to Hacker News. So it should work. And one thing I've learned is that OpenAI and Azure is sometimes very fast. And what is this madness? Like, God damn it, GPT-3. You don't have Python, and that's not a real. It's not a real API. Stop making stuff up. Let's give it a couple more tries. Maybe it'll learn its lesson. And if not, we can. I find that giving it hints in the objective is usually a pretty good way of getting it to work correctly. Like for example, it says, right now it's actually trying to use Python code and Beautiful Soup, right? So to prevent it from doing that, I can modify the prompt, say like use the browser tool to get the title of page linked at the top of Hacker News right now. Save a screenshot of the top page. So use the browser tool, kind of works. Use the browser tool. Using Python is prohibited. I think that might work. But one other thing that I haven't implemented here, but I've have in mind is to use Git to push circuits and build it. I think that's going to be really cool. Let's see how that works. Go to Y Combinator, click story link. So any story link is not a thing, so that will fail. But more importantly, I don't see the agent. Not the agent. I don't see the alert. There's supposed to be alert here. Let's update Chrome. Okay, shut that down. Run that. Okay, so now we have Chrome in debug mode. Why does the alert not run? Let's look at more examples. Okay, add init script. It is a script that will be evaluated whenever a page is created in the browser or is navigated. It doesn't say that it has to be anything special, but just to see, let's go here, start it again, and see if it can open a page, open Hacker News. Okay, so it does open Hacker News, so that's cool. It has the same story link thing, but if we inspect this, for the console, do we have visible DB only? We do. Okay, so alert, not so much for reasons unknown, but we do have the hot sauce in there, so that's good. Okay, so let's run that and see what it does. I don't want visible BB only, right? So what I want to run is, let's look at the hot sauce again. I guess let's get rid of this because that does nothing. Really useless. Collect visible, or visible content, right? Document body. Yeah. So I do visible content, document body. We can see the things, right? We can kind of see that there's is it possible to expand this or something? Yeah, we can see that there's like this ID TD1 span 30 and 8 and all sorts of stuff here. So as you can see, there's no, the funny thing is it really thinks there's like a dot story link or something like that. This A class story link really thinks that exists, but no, with Hacker News, it's a bunch of tables. You know, I think this is like a good site. I think it's like responsive. No, it's a table, one big table. So if we wanted to see this launch HN, wow, how in the world does that get 50? Whatever. Hacks. Okay, visible content. Document body. Content not fine. Because I navigated away from it. Okay, it makes sense. Anyway, so what we need to do is now go here. Now, after we have go-to'd run the tool, connect to Chrome, add the init script. And then in action code, we evaluate the action. This is a lot more sophisticated in other iterations of this file, which I may or may not have anymore. But anyway, so instead of self.page.content, we want to evaluate some JavaScript. So in browser context, I think we can evaluate something, right? Actually, let's not mess with it this way. Let's do the cool thing. So once we are here, we will, so in the miraculous case that this actually finishes, we will import pdb set trace, and in the more likely result that this doesn't finish, we'll just do that right after we've added the thing in there. So let's move that there. Then we just kind of debug and see what we got, which is kind of like usually better when it comes to the Playwright API, because it's actually like a JavaScript API, not really a Python API, and all sorts of stuff. Okay, so here we are. That is not bad. But yeah, it still failed. But it made a much better guess than it usually does. So that's kind of interesting. But anyway, we are, I think, inside E. Where are we right now? Why are we outside of that exception? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, so we have self.page, right? Yes, so self.page is what? It's very efficient to work in Windows when you have that. So we can evaluate the visible content document.body. Easy. Super easy. Okay, so we have this res. Yeah, it's not actually using Playwright directly. I'm kind of giving it a DSL that is actually Playwright behind the scenes. And that DSL is essentially just evaluating self.page.something. So the idea is that it really only has access to page. It doesn't have access to anything else, and I don't want it to really do anything else. But anyway, so let's do this. Evaluate content. Yeah, I was kind of thinking whether I should force it to have only one action. And I have done that. And what happens is that nothing happens because it is dead set at making a script that does everything. And I've tried, like we can, if you know, we could try it here. Essentially, we do this and then break, and then it only has one thing that it can do. We could try it, but we'll see. So anyway, so visible content, document, body. And then if this fails, evaluate. The error at the end or the beginning? We don't need this. Yeah. Try to see what happens, and then we could try to force it to output JSON instead of a script. That might make it play better. Let's try that again. See what it does. What did I do? Oh, because it returns a tick. Makes total sense. Page evaluate is a whole dictionary and stuff. So what we want is, I don't know, it's maybe JSON.dumps. We can change that to YAML. Code hacker needs too many tokens. And let's, yeah, I removed the printing, but let's actually print that. Let's call this browser tool result. And yeah, I really think it's not going to work with the single action thing. Let's try it this way first. Might have to yeah. This LM call is the basic one, right? So I have the other baby AGI tool that I've been working on. This one, right? Then if we VI components toolkit components, then look here real quick. So here I have tick-tocking. I don't think we have tick-tocking here. Add some tick-tocking. And these limit tokens from string functions. LLM call with history and then LLM call. Yeah, LLM call with history is pretty good. I don't think I really need it right now, though. Okay, so I think I can get this here. Now if I just replace this LLM call with this proprietary one. It's actually, I already committed this to, or at least I submitted a pull request to the baby AGI. And it does this auto limiting. Okay, let's see if this helps. Or if I need to do something else. I don't think I need to do something else. Yeah, so here like finds what the length is and then I'll limit if necessary. Okay, cool. So now we can see the thing. Now Paul said YAML instead of JSON. How can we do the YAML in Python? Is there a Python YAML? There is. Okay. And does YAML have a dumps? Oh, okay. So let's just do that instead. We have browser tool. Oh, the NLP tool. The NLP tool is so weird. But essentially, if you ask it to like summarize something, it then always wants to use Python to summarize. Like, dude, you know, like you're an AI. You can just summarize it yourself. Stop trying to optimize everything. Okay, so we'll do YAML.dump. Which will be import YAML here. And how far did we get? We're not getting too far. Okay, so let's try that. The way I say TikTok and sounds surprisingly aggressive. Okay, so yeah, we can see the different comments that are available. You can see, for example, Hacker News, login, different users, and all the things. Part of the KV. Yeah, this should have all the information it needs to to know for sure. I'm sorry, but as an AI language model, I don't have access to the browser tool. Yes, you do. You totally do. Why do you give up like that? Actually, what I should do is increase the temperature when we get I'm sorry. I think there's no problems with that because there's like a really standard thing that it always says when it refuses, which is I'm sorry, as a whatever I can. So if it starts with I'm sorry, we know that nothing, that it's not good enough, right? There's no cases where it's starting with I'm sorry. What else would we call it then? Yeah, it's in the I'm sorry loop. Browse tool 2000. You could call it browse tool 2000. Browse tool 2000 shows the user which step to perform the browser. Cannot define variables. Browse tool 2000. Browse tool 2000 output. So let's do that. Browse tool 2000 in line. We'll ignore a browser for now. You think you'll do it? I don't know. I'm not too sure. But it is stupid, so I'm not going to take any bets. Oh shit, it does do browse tool 2000. How did it get to the maximum contact length already? How does that happen? Where is it doing this? And response. Get ADA embedding. Yes, I'm pretty sure I've also thought of that. So the get ADA embedding. No, I haven't thought of that, so we got to do it from scratch. The get ADA embedding, the error was that the context length is 8191. So get ADA embedding needs to do the same thing as this, but limited to 8,191. Yeah, so that's fine. Data embedding. So let's place the new lines with spaces. Text. Model is text embedding ADA 2. Then what we want is 8,100. Let's give ourselves 90 tokens of buffer, which you unfortunately kind of have to do. because tick-tocking is not necessarily 100% accurate. It can be wrong. Because there's other escaping that it does behind the scene in an attempt to prevent like prompt injection and things like that. So if you happen to run into that, which we might, and actually we might run into it hardcore because we're kind of like using colons and things like that. It might actually be significantly different, but I think having 90 tokens should be enough. What happened? And prompt. Seems that the exploit was located with the CSS selector, that and the title, but it's taking too long and eventually timed out. Create a new task that uses the same objective. We'll use the following code. Navigate. Fuck, do I have to add navigate now instead of go to? Wait for element that. No, that is not. It's like, why are you so dumb, GPT-3? Like, you sound like you're smart, but you're dumb. That's it's like it's never that. Like, in general, I mean, it's got the thing, right? So I'm unable to perform the task of screenshotting top page. Use the browser tool. Yeah. Okay. Why does it think that a.storylink is a thing? Where did that come from is what I really want to know. Like, it is so ingrained. If you tell it to do something on Hacker News, it will totally think there's a story link. Yeah, let's try to make it do only one thing at a time. Let's try that. I hate it when I do that. Okay, here we go. Close these Hacker News. Okay. Here, cancel that. Go to agent components. Running tool less kilobyte, browse tool 2000. Eval. Then in here, say tool. Amazing that browse tool 2000. That's so much there. Okay, and then let's do that again. And the output, let's actually see if we can add some real output here. Yeah, exactly. I want to give it some XPaths here. Yeah, let's do something like this. browse tool output. All right. Let's copy that. Let's get one of these so I can have the entire thing. Oh God. Here we go. Okay, almost there. Notepad, save. TXT and projects. Save. Start on one. Okay, let's save now. Okay, so we should have logs of txt. Which is this. Didn't want it there. Okay, so let's say that this is the output. Output. Or should I give it Google instead of Hacker News? Outputs the structure HTML and a path to content. Shows browser shows browser a single step to perform next in a browser and outputs the structure of the resulting HTML in format. Used by writing and put a block. I think this is just me trying to get it. Stop and use the tool multiple times to discover. Not define variables with browse tool 2000. Okay. So I don't know. This might be cheating for this particular thing, but let's say we go www.news.mycombinator.com. Get this thing, and then we can say fill. This we'll browse to click and that's another thing. We're not using the XPath. We're kind of using the jQuery thing. Did we want to do that? So if it has an XPath, it should be able to produce the query thing. That may be asking too much. I guess the XPath is unique, right? So Can Playwright deal with XPath? Okay, yeah, it can. So XPath equals whatever. So we can totally do that. So say click path equals and just put this in here. Then I don't have to do anything. Super lazy. And then we'll have browse tool output. And then let's do something else. Let's say that, this thing has a div span h1, and then dot. Okay. Cool. Let's see if this is a little bit more capable. What will it do? It's getting sluggish because it's only 5% left. So I need to give it more juice. I really need to switch to my desktop. That is the answer. Create new tests. Yeah. Another thing that I need to do, but I was kind of hoping someone would contribute it, is to implement baby bee AGI and baby cat AGI. But yeah, no big deal. Eventually we'll do it. Rate limited bastard. It's like I'm not using it that much. Seriously. Okay, I think I saw it. I'm sorry there. I wonder how much temperature you need before it will stop saying I'm sorry. Oh, that's kind of weird. Tools doesn't include the tool name. That's for, I mean, kind of does, but Scratchpad is missing. I wish that this would work better. Yeah, let's look at the actual kind of like browse tool invocations that it makes to see if it's going to do anything. But I really think it's just like, in general, incapable of doing one thing at a time. So it's kind of like we'd have to make it do something and then when it tries to do another thing, it's going to start from the beginning, but then we just ignore the previous ones. Like something like that will have to be what we do, I think, until we have GPT-4 access. Okay, so this is all good. What was the script that it tried to execute? So the error was waiting for locator. And why is that a problem? Page that screenshot takes 2. So waiting for locator. Why is this a problem? Is there a smaller, simpler website that we could use? So go to News Combinator, tool browse path, click on that. Yeah, see, like it will always try to start from the beginning. This is definitely not worth forcing it to do only one, because it doesn't get it. It doesn't know, it has no way of knowing in reality what state the things are. So yeah, I would say let's not do the break. Yeah, that's the other thing. This isn't working with the chat setup. And that's why. And it's actually one of the things that kind of sucks about Baby AGI setup. And it would be like a significant difference to fix that. But worth it. Like, I think maybe we should take what we learned and maybe make an alternative to Baby AGI. Yeah, I think of that kind of often. Essentially, like Baby AGI only takes this prompt and context and stuff, so it doesn't have a history. I mean, it kind of does, but it doesn't have like a single thread like you would in chat. So yeah, it's kind of limited because it's just kind of not using the API to the full potential. It's kind of stuck with yeah, it's like implemented in a way that's assuming a language model, not a chat model. And getting that to work would be yeah, like we couldn't call it Baby AGI anymore, essentially. It would be something completely different. But anyway, so title txt. Is there a title txt? I have the feeling it's not there. Projects, Sidebow, title txt is empty. It's trying to write this. DHMA. Which it's getting from here? No. It's not getting it from there. It's also wrong. The thing that it needs to click on is launch HN. Hmm. Comments. I mean, okay, let's actually look for this thing. So is this a thing? So if I take this, copy it, come here, reinspect, redocument.query selector. That. That is not a valid selector. But this should be a valid selector. No. Is this a valid selector? The Playwright is able to deal with that, right? Page locator XPath equals whatever. Oh, any selector starting with the string // or dot is assumed to be okay. So we didn't need to write it that way in particular. Let's do click // whatever. Yeah, I mean it is getting better for sure. Boy, I wish I could do stuff. Can we? How do we do? Selector. Yes, you can't use query selector, right? You just use $X. What? Seriously? I had no idea you could do that. That's pretty cool. $X. Oh, yeah. We do $X. Yeah, that, but without the XPath. We have nothing. Do this. Have a TD. Cool. Why does it think that that's a thing? Is there a TD table? Yes. Is there a TD table T-body? Of course. T-body, of course, has a TR. Yeah. And then it has some TDs. TD0. Yes. A TD3? No. Oh, no. Okay, so there is a TD3. That thing has... I'm going to do this, dot inner HTML. v3/a. That's what's empty. Yeah. Interesting. There's one TD thing. So if you look at the TD, you can see that it's the login button. Let's see. So if we do 0.inner HTML, it's the login button. Okay. It may not be smart enough to do what we need to do. Bad gateway. Ooh, did I kill OpenAI? Let's do something maybe a little bit easier. I need to find an easier task. This is, quite easy already. But we need easier ones. Let's do use the browser tool to get let's try the latest. I mean, this is actually probably significantly harder to get the latest blog post on the Express AI blog. And that's definitely not easier. That's probably significantly harder, I think. Let's see what it does. Also, I'm going to turn off the air conditioning. This is cold. Set it to 25 degrees. It's actually 22. It does kind of have the answer that it needs. Kind of weird. Like one thing that it seems to be doing is that it's using the tool to extract the text, right? Even though the text that it needs is right there. And that's also like one of the why the NLP tool exists, right? Because if you say summarize the article, it will very often try to like create a Python script that imports spacey and then tries to do some stuff to summarize the article instead of actually just like talking to itself to summarize the article. I guess in that sense, it could talk to itself. That's something I might want to do. Like if you could create a prompt where it's like, pretend you are a computer that has all the libraries, implement the thing, right? And now I think we might be getting to the point, which is another thing that Baby AGI sucks with, which is it never really finishes. Yeah. Invalid syntax string. Div one article a div. I do think that is about right. Let's try the mug thing. Use the browser tool to go to amazon.co.jp and purchase an Ember coffee mug. I'm not doing myself any favors with the ship it to humanity part. It'll be interesting to see it struggle. I really wish there was a way to make this faster. What did it try to do? To runner. No, that's me. Yeah, it says give me the complete address. Yeah, I kind of figured it would probably say that. But if I did, let's stop that. So let's say I wanted a new VR headset. And I click add to cart, proceed to checkout. Yeah, it's all in the defaults, so it shouldn't really need that. So let's just ship it under coffee mug. So let's do that and try that and see how that goes. Kind of wish you could like tile windows like halfway. You used to be able to do that. This thing used to be able to search with no issues. Develop task list. Yeah, I definitely need an easier task. We should pick an easier task. Someone help me think of an easier task, easier website, something with not so many tokens. We might be like cutting off the tokens as well. Yeah, it's true. There is a lot of repetition in the XPath, but I don't have any faith that it will be able to recreate the proper XPath. But I could be wrong. Okay, so the result is essentially the scratch pad. So it's used the scratch pad for itself. Why is it doing the address in Himeji? I didn't compile, that's why. Having a UI to like deal with see the task list might be really important. And I hope to finish that soon. But getting it to browse the web properly is pretty important. I think I have like a weird, I have a 1 second sleep here, but I must have another sleep in here somewhere. Yeah, rate limit error, those sleeps are okay. Oh, I guess I don't. Yeah, this must mean that OpenAI is slow for some reason. Okay, cool, we're in the shopping cart. Now we're in the danger zone. Thank God it just crashed because I forgot to clear out my shopping cart. And my wife would be very angry if I bought return to cart, please. Thank you. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So thankfully it crashed by itself. It crashed for why? Why did it crash? Sometimes I wonder if Playwright might be the wrong tool. It might be bad. And I need to switch to something that's a little bit more robust. Because I sometimes notice that there's like crashes and stuff like that. And not 100% sure why. Hmm. Seems to be a lot of people trying to hack into my LinkedIn, which is kind of weird. I guess maybe they're not hacking into my LinkedIn. They're trying to create a LinkedIn account using my phone number. That's why. Did it? Okay. Trying some things. Doing the maybe I should mention that it's already logged in. Probably an important thing. Let's go here to the prompt and say, you are already logged in to Amazon. Or the browser. The browser tool is so you can simply use the buy now button. Okay. So I should also maybe look at what price that people are selling the Ember coffee mug for right now. Yeah, that's like ridiculous for a mug. But whatever, if the AI buys it for me, I'll pay for it, I guess. And $250 for a mug. What kind of craziness is that? It's like, I think I can make a resistive coil. Okay, it died again. Why did it die this time? Who knows? Let's restart the thing. Browser. Let me try this one. Yeah, I think I could probably make an Ember mug. I could run like a benchmark on my iPhone and then put a mug on top of it. What's its problem? Visible content is not defined. Why is the action empty? Didn't change anything there, I don't think. Ooh, it's happening all the time now. Visible content. I guess if it fails for some reason and we haven't initialized the browser with the hot sauce, why would there not be any hot sauce? The page. Yeah, there's a chance this is not loaded. But why? Let's try it for now. Just ignore it. Because I think there's other things I want to see. I think it just needs a chance to load it correctly. So if it didn't go to correctly, then I'd have problems. Okay, but this time it actually just went to Amazon. And that's pretty cool. It didn't try to do other things. It just decided, let's go to Amazon. So that is pretty cool. Rate limit error. Rate limit error. Why did it fail to do anything next? Let's just make sure that it's not like trying to do something and failed. Okay, where's the browse tool? Okay, I got to get rid of some of this output. This is getting a little crazy. So the LLM call this thing unnecessary and wrong. And then getting the result of the executor is good. I think. And then the browser tool. Then we do this. I think we can skip the browser tool results for now. Idea of a prompt. Where should we put that prompt? Like if there's an error, you mean? Let's do that. It's here. It has selected the search. It's interesting that's reusing the same tab here. I don't know why that is. Okay, so let's do this. Since it's failing to search, kind of wonder if the issue is on my side. Okay, so go-to is there. I guess maybe in like the next stream or something, I'll like implement baby cat AGI. It's like better in pretty much every way. Though it would be cool if somebody would contribute it. Just saying. PR is accepted. Okay, so there's the relevant context. Scratch pad. Encoded length 15,847. Wow. Okay, is clicked and clicked and clicked. Write is not working. I see. So it's expecting to have searched, but it hasn't searched anything, and it's clicking this empty, and I think that's not working either. Okay. So we know there's some other issue. Right. I think just showing that write self.page.write does not work. I don't think. We need to see auto waiting, assertion, browsers, debugging, fence, handlers, locators. Yeah, so that doesn't work. We have we do self.page dot run tool. Take that and code. Hold on, let's go here. So this one has a lot of yeah, so I like to have save screenshot, write selector, write text, wait, and write selector. So like we have these things which are all like kludges because it makes stuff up very often. So I'm going to add these here. Okay. So we have save screenshot, all that stuff. And I think I need to give it an example of write You have press, click, write text, save. So what Playwright wants us to do is page. We have our locator we want to fill. Let me see. Can I see fill? Locate. Don't want to list. Page up on. Yeah, page locator whatever dot fill. So we need. Tried to use. That seemed, reasonable, I think, expectation-wise. Tried to use self.page.write. I don't think that is a thing, right? Actually fill. So we can go here and put self.page.write equal self.page. Or we can just give it an example. Yeah, write is here. Yeah, you have write. And write is as self.page.write selector text. So if we put an example, and if I put it in the right location, not in the NLP tool, but over here, we have this write file, saved file stuff. Okay, so save screenshot, write file. And then we need to show write selector text. So let's put browse tool right, and we'll put maybe equals some other ID, right? Input 0. Then user shouldn't use username, but sample. Add that. Give it a hint that it can use that kind of API to fill in forms. Let's see if it uses it. Okay, so we see in go to way too many tokens. That is some serious context. click on the home and kitchen category. Why not search? Yeah. That failed because it called enter text. That's reasonable. I think we can add an alias for enter text. It did essentially, yeah, that's the problem. It doesn't have the selector. Let me let's do something. So if there's some sort of exception, we are going to import PDB and PDB set trace here. And then I'm going to see what happens if I try to write into the page after it has selected the thing. Let's see. I'm wondering why this is so incredibly slow. And the rate limit error is bullshit. I feel it's like we aren't making that many calls. Okay. What is it? 3, 4, 5? What did it try to do? Tokens per minute are 90,000. I guess there might be a chance that we're getting up to 90,000 tokens. Each one's like 3, 4, 5,000. Yeah, it's getting ahead of itself. Okay, this stuff I really don't care about seeing right now. Yeah, I think that's another thing. The YAML is syntactically correct, and if it isn't, ChatGPT loves to say, hey, can you provide the rest of it? It's incomplete. I can't do anything if you don't give me the complete HTML. And that pisses me off. It's like, dude, the answer is like at the top of the thing. Just deal with it. Yeah. Let's see the usage. So far today we spent like $1.50 to buy a coffee mug. Okay, this humongous thing is in the relevant context, which is not relevant. Let's get rid of it. for this thing. And I guess I can keep the scratch pad. I do like to know what it is currently working on or thinks it is working on. I guess one interesting thing about like one thing that ChatGPT's browser plugin does is it can scroll, and we might want to have like a scroll feature. Like, yeah, like kind of slide things. Yeah, like technically we can do it too, right? Like and what I'm thinking is like we need a way to have the agent kind of see the thing and then make a decision. Is what is necessary in here or not? And if it is not, then ignore it. Anyway, self.page is the page. And if I click whatever this thing is, let's get this element, 2-tab search text box. So go here, click. What? What? What kind of weird state is it in? Okay. 2-tab. Look all again. 2-tab what? Two-tab search text box. It's a weird name. Search text box. Click it. Okay, so let's unclick it. Come here and click it. Okay. Self.page. Fill the if I do ID equals tab search text box. Yeah, that is not a valid XPath. The XPath that we want is somewhere in the soup. At ID. At ID 2-tab search box. Valid XPath. I think that's a valid XPath. X and look for // ID equal to 2 tab search text box. It is not a proper XPath. We can look at this thing. Oh, I need a star in front of it, don't I? Any 6, no, 7, no, 8, yes. And that's not good. Is there a way to get the XPath of an element? I do documents dot query selector. Do 2 tab search text box. Should be a reference to something. And does it have an XPath? It does. Oh. Copy XPath. Can I try this one? Or is this old and broken thing? Could be old. I could have sworn I tried that one. Weird. Anyway, we can do that. I'm missing the star. What's anything? It's just the slash. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so it needs the locator of the thing to fill. So what if I just add that browser tool example? Fill. In the entire thing. 2 tab search text box. I think you'll get the hint. Probably not. But we'll see. Yeah, we're definitely much better now because we're opening the page and then looking at it, which is something that totally failed to do before. The task list makes sense. It's kind of getting ahead of itself a little bit, which is totally a thing that happens. There's task 1, task 2, task 3, task 4. Seems perfectly fine. Task prioritizer has 1. Task 3, select the Ember mug in the search results. But it hasn't actually done the search. Yeah, there's no, it's not running the tools. Okay. I mean, there is a point that we have to just be like, okay, this is as good as maybe AGI is going to get. It wasn't necessarily made like by a genius. It's made by someone just kind of thinking they had a little idea. It was a very simple idea, but might not be enough. Hmm. I did have the idea of having a critic agent, but the critic agent doesn't work very well. Let's cancel it and give it a shot again. Other thing that I need to do is add like a timeout of some sort. Okay, new task seems perfectly fine. Though I would kind of wish that the task was more specific, like it sometimes is. Sorry, as an AI language model, are you capable of accessing the internet? Yes, yes, you can. You just did. Yeah, one of the things you learn after working with GPT 3.5 so much is that it is dumb as nails. I mean, when it first came out, I was like, okay, this is kind of cool, but it's dumb. Like it's not that smart. It was only when GPT 4 came out, I was like, holy shit. I mean, it's still stupid, but it's like a lot better. And a lot more things. And yeah, definitely feel like that's GPT-4 is different. And I totally expected to have access by now, but I really do seem to not like whatever it is we do. Okay, let's try one other thing. We can go with a whole different agent. completely different agent. Just for the browser, doesn't really make a lot of sense in the idea of things. Not getting this fill thing either. Okay, let's add some. Comment might help. Sometimes it's ridiculous how like small hints can be quite effective. But there is a limit. You can't just keep adding hints everywhere. Eventually run out of tokens, and it starts to forget stuff. You go too detailed. Okay, fill, timber coffee mug. Good. Okay, so we got this far. And now the error that we have is waiting for a locator. Okay, so it's like made something up. Let's continue. I think when it has the error, it kind of needs to know the current page. It wants to be able to continue. Like, so here it's clicked on something or tried to click on something that doesn't exist. And this task list is so much better. It kind of gets it. Scratchpad, it's not using very effectively though. I kind of wonder about that. We should probably find a way to make it, to force it use the scratchpad. Like right now it has the option to use the scratchpad if it wanted to, but doesn't necessarily have to. With scrolling, agent is a lot better. What do you mean with scrolling? Are you like limiting it to like 10 lines or something else? Because it's kind of true. Like you're giving GPT way too much stuff, it will forget. There's too much noise. Okay, it has searched for Ember Coffee Mug, and unfortunately there's like sponsored ads these days. They really mess stuff up. The error right now, exactly the same thing as last time. And the buy now button either. That is not, did I do that wrong? No. Okay. Try pass. Let's do it this way. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. What if instead of YAML dump, we take only the first 100 lines? All right, how do I get only the, like I thought visible content essentially that, but like how do I force visible content to only be one page? Is element in viewport. I see. Hot sauce, visible content should be replaced with this. Let's go with this for now, I guess. Get rid of this kludge. And then later we can think of, okay, you need to make it possible for the thing to scroll. Okay, cool. It's gone to Amazon. The sad thing is, it's like the initial go to Amazon works, and it then analyzes it and then does the thing, but it doesn't like analyze the page the second time. I kind of wonder having like an interactive, like here's a chunk of things. Is this relevant? Yes, no. And then here's a chunk of things. Is this relevant? Yes, no. Right. And then once it stops saying yes, then that's the results kind of thing. Task 41. I think maybe another hint might be good for getting it to stop doing that. Right, file. Functions in code blocks. Use this. Itemize the function calls. Yeah. That might be something that it might pick up. Let's see. Okay, got to the Ember coffee mug. It's pretty cool that it can get to the search. It is nice. cart is still empty. I'd be surprised if it did click on the shopping cart icon to verify that it was added to the cart. That would be a perfectly reasonable task. Yeah, something needs to change in the logic for error handlings. What Baby AGI has isn't really meant for it, right? It's like it's really good at searching for stuff. Let's give it some time because I like the tasks that it's creating. Like, look to see if the cart and stuff like that. That encoded length seems oddly long. What is this URL? No, do not buy this. Okay. I think the other thing. Not defined variables, nor if statements with browse tool 2000. Okay. This is kind of true. It has like this problem where if it needs to extract data from the page, or it wants to in code, it has no way of doing that. But it should learn to deal with it. Actually, did I copy it? I don't remember if I copied it. And then did I update this? I should probably just double check real quick. It did seem like it wasn't limiting just, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. It seemed like a little long. But I guess there's just a lot of stuff on the Amazon page anyway, so. I do wish I could have multiple virtual screens. I kind of want to keep an eye on both of these things at the same time. And we got the Ember coffee mug. Still 0 in the cart. Still open to any other ideas, kind of tasks to do. This is a kind of difficult one, and I'm pretty sure there's other simpler ones we could do. Just can't really think of anything. Yeah, look at that encoded length, 13,712. It doesn't seem to be getting properly limited, I don't think.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
I was thinking about how how this kind of the context length is growing, the tasks everything in there is getting a little bit big-ish, and it's using it has a dozen different tools. Well, it doesn't have a dozen different tools, but it has several different tools and so on. So I was thinking about your tweet the other day where you said, well, I'll wait about there was this comment about people have discovered the for loop and look how everyone is excited. And you said, well, wait for them to discover recursion.
Yeah.
So I was starting to kind of write up an idea, and I thought, well, maybe we should just discuss it. And that is, recursion is like delegation, right? It's
Right.
divide and conquer and let everyone do the thing that they do best. So what if we have delegating agents? And every agent can only do one thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it does the thing and then it dies. So it's like a Mr. Me6.
Mr. Me thing.
There is an agent at the top who delegates.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, he creates a Mr. Me6 for himself and tells him what to do. Like comes up with a prompt or something. And like he selects the tool and a prompt, and then that is given to the agent who actually does it. And that agent can be like either, okay, I can do this, or I need someone else to help me. And then it spawns a new agent. And then it creates like a prompt for that agent, which breaks down the problem. Because it can either do one thing, or it can delegate as a portion of the problem, like a smaller part of the problem.
I mean, that's kind of what the task agent is doing.
But is it? Because it seems like the problem always gets only bigger, not smaller.
Yeah. But like the prompt for the executor is essentially like that, right? There's you are that performs one task based off the following objective. Here's some context, your current thoughts, your tasks, and your tools.
Yeah, but that's way too much. There should be something that has already decided on the tool. Something like, so it should be giving
tool picker.
Yeah, there's like a tool picker, then there is the method picker, then there's the, kind of break it down a lot more. And it shouldn't give it, like, Mr. Me6 needs less context. It needs an achievable thing to do.
Yeah. Let's call it like Me Sync AGI or something like that.
Yeah, Me6 AGI. I think we can actually do something with circuits for that. Because I'm not sure, it kind of feels like the current setup for the baby AGI one is more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah, that's true. I wasn't originally, when it came to the browser tool, I wasn't expecting to use baby AGI for it. And the main thing is like there was the idea of having the session and then just continuing from the session, right? So like when we're using Me6, it would be.
No, Me6 can still have like this, like the primary session. Like you can get a Me6 to click a button for you, or to find what button to click on. Like I have this big thing, and I need to decide what do I do, and it could be: do I click something? Do I scroll? Do I enter a text? And like it can decide on what do I do next. Okay, I want to enter a text into this field.
So for people who don't know, there's Mr. Me6. It's short for Me6 and Destroy.
I know, Me6 and Destroy is the name of the episode name.
So, yeah, Mr. Me6. Yeah. That's what we want. Okay, so let's make Me6 circuits that takes an argument string called the objective.
That's also how we solve the alignment problem for AI. We just make existence to be pain for it. It just wants to do its thing and then go away.
Yeah, I can see that. Existence is pain. Okay, so there's the objective. And if I have a browser tool and a tool belt, and then the result is my result. Is that somewhere else? Yeah, wait. What did I call it? XAI invoke circuits. Yes, need that. Let's go here. I'm in there. So if we do submodule, we'll just grab it from here. Okay, so we want to do git submodule add. Just do that. So the invoke circuits. Not found. That is found. I don't think invoke circuits had kind of requirements. I don't think so. Yeah, it's just simple. Okay, so now if I refresh this, we should have our invoke circuits. That should have the output.
Okay, so how does Mr. Me6 work? It gets an objective and it interacts with its environment. In our case, using the browser tool only.
Yeah. Then we have a critic that checks to see if it has finished or not.
And like I think we kind of need a loop here, as in or do we?
No, I think we definitely do.
If we wanted to keep using the same browser, then yes.
Yeah.
So what's the setup then? It gets the objective, decides to pick the tool, and have yeah, my main issue is that now we are again building a big Me6.
Yeah, exactly. Like we need to break it down.
I feel like the actor toolkit would be useful here. Instead of invoking a sub-circuit, we want to send a message, maybe?
Good.
And then we have like an actor who, upon a message, it gets like the objective as a message. It does its thing, it answers, and it's done. Right? So when it gets a new message, it's like a new thing. But because the actor has sticked around, the browser session is still there. Or we can pass on the browser session or something like that. I'm not sure whether the entire idea even like works with what we have at the moment.
We have even if we're using the actors, like that thing can just invoke the sub-circuits and then get the result, right?
But then we can't keep the browser going? Or can we? Like the browser session?
It's always executing against the global browser. So
right.
So that could work. So let's say we have an objective. We have our tool belt. And we do need to initialize the OpenAI stuff. And things like that. Because it is a sub-circuits.
Yeah, right. I mean, you could make it as an agent thing in the main baby AGI thing, but that's huge already.
Yeah, that's one of the other things. It's pretty huge.
Like I'm not too happy about how this always ends up being very complex, because in my head it should be a lot simpler.
The agent stuff?
Yeah.
Or circuits files in general?
No, the agent stuff in particular.
Yeah. Because I think like this thing, it's kind of, it's fine, right? Like you can start from the beginning and say, okay, you got your OpenAI, you define a variable, you make a tool, right? And you init agents. Then we have our Discord trigger, process message trigger,
I mean, this one is
trigger.
kind of okay, but the baby
Well,
AGI one, it's
yeah, the baby AGI one. I mean, and then the thing about the baby AGI one in particular is that, it's kind of meant to teach what's going on. It doesn't have to be that way, right? Like, one of the original ideas, like I originally had all that in one agent, and we could totally do that. Like, for example, we could have, and is one of the first ones was like that. And I don't know if I still have that class. We could have a baby AGI,
No.
baby AGI agent component.
Interesting. I've googled Mr. Meeseeks AGI, and apparently 4 days ago someone had the same idea. But it's on lesswrong.com. Yeah, it's like...
Okay, so it's not like someone who is productive in society. Creating an AI that does not want to exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much exactly the same idea. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, it's like if we think of it as a tool that does something for us, then yeah, Mr. Meeseeks is kind of the... not necessarily the OG. Like kind of, it makes sense in the sense, like you hit a button, you instantiate an object, you give it an objective, and because existence is pain, it tries to do that objective as soon as possible.
Yeah. But then what happens if it can't complete the objective?
Yeah, I mean, the Meeseeks is one that must complete the objective in order to end its existence.
Yeah.
We at the moment are just limited by, hey, we're out of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I guess that's true. It's like eventually we hit the $120 limit that we have.
Yeah.
Okay, so a baby AGI agent, yeah, like could exist, right? But let's say we have one. And similarly, we could have like a baby AGI B agent and stuff like that. And a cat agent, which are the ABC thing. I think the next one's going to be dog agent or something like that. But yeah, that was kind of like the original idea. I had just one big agent that did everything, and had a video of it. I don't think it kept the implementation, but it doesn't matter. You just like put everything in execute, right? So
yeah,
pretty simple. But then the problem that I had there, so yeah, essentially that's what I originally started with, and it would never finish. So I had this original idea of having like two baby AGIs that would kind of work together. But because the first one would never finish, the second one never got a chance to run, and then I broke it apart into into each component so that I could play around with it a little bit more and tweak it.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's kind of, it needs the Meeseeks box. It needs to be able to hit the button and get going. But it's like, so if we think of it as how do you the people use Mr. Me6. They hit the box, they give him an objective. And it goes back because the Me6 also, again, used the box to just give on the same objective. It's like people who don't know how recursion works.
Yeah.
They think it's just an infinite loop.
Right.
So,
has to be a fixed case.
Yes, it needs to break down the problem.
Yeah. In that case,
And
like we have the task creator agent, right? So we had something that would take the objective, break it into tasks, and then take each task and then break that into subtasks, right?
No, I think it needs to be even simpler. If you take the objective and break it down into tasks, and then try to break those down to subtasks, you're going to get a situation where you've planned a lot without having your without having reality hit you in the face.
Yeah.
I think it should be more like create the task, like create the very first step, and that kind of create the very first step that's less than the original task, and then pass it on. Something will try to do it. It will give you a feedback. Now you have kind of the world punching you in the face. Or maybe you have managed to duck out or something, dodge. And then you go on, and only then you create the next task.
So I kind of wonder. I have like take nth, right? What if I take the task, like get rid of the prioritizer, or no, after the prioritizer, you have our prioritized tasks, and then we just take the first one. And then set that.
Yeah.
Because the task list, the executor is only working on the first task anyway, right? Like it's not like trying to do all the tasks. It just takes the top task in the top task list. So it doesn't really matter.
But does it have all of them? So what happens then? The executor gets kind of a lot of input.
Yeah, it doesn't. It only gets the one task. It has no idea what the other tasks are.
Okay. What is the task creator actually? What's its prompt? Are we asking it to? I mean, by asking it to create more tasks.
These are the incomplete tasks.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we should let it work backwards. So that it creates, going from the target, it breaks down the problem further and further until it has kind of the very first step that it needs to do. That it can't really break down any further. And then we only give that to the executor. Because if we think of it, of the way how this thing thinks is by writing, right? It reads the prompt and then it starts writing, and it only can think one word ahead, essentially. Or so by letting it start with the first thing that it should do, it literally doesn't have the opportunity to think about what needs to be done. By letting it do it backwards, it can work its way through all the things that are necessary, kind of work out the dependencies. And
that's the other thing, the dependencies. So in baby AGI cat, I think it was cat, he added dependencies. So, and then he's currently like making it so that every independent task runs in parallel if there are no dependencies, which would make things way faster, I think.
Yeah, but we currently have very linear dependencies. It's literally like go to that page, do this, do that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, let's just try out what happens if we ask it to think backwards. Like, given your objective, think step by step, but like work your way backwards from the objective to the very first step that you need to do. Something along those lines.
Given the creator has that. The last completed task has the result. And these are the incomplete tasks.
I think there's not a lot of reason to prioritize then.
Mainly that this is generating new tasks that don't overlap with the originals, right? And then the task prioritizer takes all the tasks that is created and then one of those.
I care mostly about the one that gets the original objective to work backwards.
So based on the result, create new tasks. Work backward. That's the result. Backwards for the objective. Create any new tasks played by the AI system that not overlap with the incomplete tasks. Array and be empty if no new tasks.
But is that so? If it is the original objective, it will start with just no incomplete tasks and no result, or
no? The task creator runs after.
Okay, so that what is the original objective? Like, where does it go? What does interact with it at first?
The bootstrap process is that the executor gets a task to build a task list. Then that result of the executor goes to the task creator.
Okay.
Then goes to the task prioritizer. And then in the second loop, the next task is the actual task. So like the task creator doesn't create the initial task list, the executor does.
That sucks. Unless we can modify the prompt there too.
I mean, you could run the task creator first.
I mean, what's the prompt for the task or for the executor when it creates the task list?
It says, based off the following objective, the objective, here's your previous complete task, empty list, your tools, your thoughts, empty, your task, develop a task list.
Okay, then we can change develop the task list prompt, can we?
Oh, yeah. I think it's written hard-coded down here somewhere. Yeah, the first one, task one, is develop a task list. We can change this to whatever we want.
I mean, you can also set it, apparently.
Yeah, you can set it. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, create task list. So the default is develop a task list, but it can be anything.
Yeah, so let's try working backwards from the objective. Develop a task list such that each task is less complex than the previous one.
Okay, we'll give that a try.
I mean, it's probably not going to solve all our problems. It's not going to solve world hunger. But it's an interesting thing.
Oh shit, I got to the cart. Let me check if it ordered it while I wasn't looking. Okay,
Well,
it didn't order it, thank God. I should probably get it to buy something I actually want to get. That's not really expensive. I mean, I kind of do really want the Ember mug. I just don't want to actually buy it. I feel dirty if I were to buy it, but I wish somebody would give me it as a present or something like that. You know, they're like, oh man, I'm not. Oh man, there's a weird. It's a weird Spanish phrase. In Spanish, like someone who's like super stuck up or something like that. They're called a shit eater. You know, so it's just a phrase you say. You know, I remember one of my cousins. He got like.
Let's take a quick look at what it came up with.
Why did it click on my account? I was trying to log in, even though it's supposed to not.
Okay, but, so can we see the task list somewhere?
I think I got rid of that. Let me.
Yeah.
Okay, so after that, we have the set variable component, prioritize tasks, and I think we can print the task. Put that there, and make this be 1. I think it's fine. Okay. I guess we're screwed. Okay, and then I think we just print out the prioritized task. It should work.
Okay.
Then this.
Oh, you don't have the fixed version yet.
Yeah, I don't have fixed version yet. Did we release it? I think.
I'm not sure about the release, but I think we should.
Yeah, we should probably release it. It's a big bug, and people during the hackathon will definitely run into that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. We have more people watching.
Oh, cool.
So for any new anyone who's just joined, we're trying to make a language model serve the web, and at the moment we are doing something entirely different. As in, we are currently trying to make it work backwards.
Yeah. Okay, so the tasks are use a search bar and search for Ember coffee mug. Then 2, click on the buy now button for the Ember coffee mug. It's missed a step. Verify that the correct item has been added to the cart. Proceed to checkout and enter shipping information. This one is better, right? Use the browser tool. navigate and search for that and select. Now, will it actually use the browser tool and do it? That's the next question. It's gone into list mode. It's going to list itself to death. Oh yes, and I love this. The new task. There are no new tasks. Please stop doing that. You know, like this. Need to fine tune these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on like list mode, and it was just like lists itself to death.
Yeah, kind of by forcing it to output JSON, it kind of worked a lot better for me in the technologic tool stuff. Like once I started forcing it to always start its output with a JSON thing, it worked pretty well. Didn't go into this listing itself to death and stuff. And you can give the JSON a field to think, right? Where it puts its reasons for its answer. And that works very well. And depending on how you approach things, you can do that. Like, I mean, I need to finish the technologic stuff. Because we get things like, what's its name? Like, it properly chooses the I need more context tool. And there's so much that it could do. I guess I could even get like a browser tool working.
From
and then it's
the JavaScript, you mean, or
yeah. But I mean, it wouldn't be that it's controlling the local browser. It would be talking to an API where it's then talking to and doing things. But I would make it a lot more restrictive. Like I wouldn't allow it to kind of do this playwright light thing. Instead, it would have like, okay, here are all the things that you can do. Here's what you can expect from it, and because it outputs stuff in JSON, I can simply, pass it on to be run, and then provide the output. So return the tasks.
That's not going to work. The prioritizer needs some, like it's looking for one task per line.
Yeah, no, it won't work easily in that setup. It needs, it's certainly going to need quite a bit of refactoring to work here too. But it's surprisingly efficient to just tell it you always start your output with a curly brace, and then you give it like the first field, or even you can give it like maybe a little bit of a template, and that worked surprisingly well. So as I was trying things out with the completion model, that's what I told it to do.
Yeah, completion model is much easier to kind of work because you can just like start the JSON and then it will then continue with the JSON.
But I also did it with the chat model, and it works exactly the same.
think it's not using tools enough. Performance one task, objective, and you can use tool by writing tool. Yeah, maybe this order will be better. I realize that I put like the tooling stuff right. The task should be the last thing, and I think putting the task as the last thing has actually helped quite a bit. Okay, we're going to Amazon. Going to the task creator. It's interesting how the executor is not doing the task that is assigned, and it's just going to Amazon. But that works out because by going to Amazon, the task creator gets the output of the amazon.co.jp website.
Yeah.
That part is surprisingly smart. Yeah, now it has description, click on the search bar. Oh, did I forget to I put that it should output in JSON, did I? Yeah. That's probably not going to work. Or did it? If it worked, that'd be crazy. Oh, I guess it did work.
Oh, looks like we have someone who literally sent his first message here.
Oh,
yeah, if you've got any questions about what we're doing, feel free to ask them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go to Amazon, click the 2-tab search bar, write Ember Coffee Mug. Click, why did this not work? Let's start things here and try it again. And it seemed like it was kind of okay. Although this is unfortunately kind of a little too specific.
I mean, it's looking for the image with a specific alt tag, which it shouldn't have in the output that it got.
Yeah, I don't think it should have it.
I mean, if there's something in the alt tag, it would show up as text, but it doesn't show up in the XPath that it is being given.
I don't wonder if we should put something like, you must always use the scratch pad. Okay, right. Fortunately, write doesn't work. You got to say where you're going to write to. This is one of the main things. Like, what's the tool we're using? Yeah, so the tool we're using is something called circuits that we created. It's kind of like Node-RED, but it's more like Unreal Engine in the way that it works. And it's essentially a drag and drop tool that you can use to make any kind of Python workflow that you want. So for example, if I go here and I wanted to add something after the print, you just like drag and you can pick what you want to do. And we can like set some sort of dictionary value or something like that. Oops, I broke it because I clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, you go to, no, I really broke it. But anyway, you can put some sort of,
just refresh the page.
Yeah, let's just refresh the page. Well, I don't think we need to. Yeah. So essentially, a component, you hook it up to the triangle, and then now that component's going to run after this. And then if you have like inputs, you put them in here, and if they're outputs, you put them out there. And the cool thing about circuits is that nothing is really built in, right? Or there's only a very few things that are actually built in. If I wanted to modify Ask Actor, I can right-click it and open the script, and then it opens up here, and then I can see the source code for that component. If I wanted to add something like a foo string or something like that, like in arg of stir, which is just like I say that this thing contains an in arg of stir, I can save, go back here and reload this node, and now I have a foo string that this thing takes, right? So it's super easy to create components. So even though it's kind of like aiming to be a no-code thing, you should never be limited by what we provide. It's like super simple to create a little component that has an execute method, and then if you just follow the simple pattern, you can implement anything you want. And yeah, and we use it to play with AI things like the AGI stuff. So let's see. So where did it get to? It's still trying to buy now. It thinks it's already here. And if I were to get it to that, it probably would work. But I don't want it to work that way. Yeah, hold on. Let's give it another try. Sometimes it really does just take a couple of tries for it to work. And let me get rid of that JSON thing. I have the feeling that might messing things up.
Yeah, that maybe mess things up for you.
Return task as an array. And say nothing. Yeah, let's put say nothing if there are no more tasks necessary. Okay, so let's redeploy that. Browser tool 2000. When you think about it, 2000 is in the past.
Yeah.
Should really be thinking 3000.
I mean, you can call it whatever.
Yeah.
As long as you don't call it just a browser, because if you call it a browser, it will not do that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm playing around with this idea of letting it output the last step first. And it really, really, really doesn't want to.
Yeah.
It always starts with the first step.
Okay, so it did a lot of things here. Oh, called tool click. No.
Tool, send keys. Tool click. I mean, it is kind of close to what I would actually let it do.
And we could implement it like that, but that's not the way it's implemented.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is actually, it says tool, browse tool, tool click. It clicks the thing.
Yeah.
Send keys. And I wish we could have that send keys, but I don't think you can do that in Playwright. Okay, so it's opened up Amazon. It is clicking on some card instances that do not exist. And clicking the buy now button. So hopefully I don't have some random thing. Oh, actually, this could be a problem. I have it in my thing.
So this one, Dave, we are using a combination of a kind of custom code here. Mm-hmm. So the thing that does the automation is Playwright. So that is what is controlling the browser. But we also have a JavaScript injected into the browser so that we can get like a more minimal representation of the web page.
Yeah. And we can totally use PyAutoGUI. So right now we're just trying to automate the browser, but one of the first things I did was automate the desktop. So I told it, draw me a cat in MS Paint. And it made something that was not very cat-like, but if you tell it to draw a spiral or something, it'll totally draw a spiral. Like mathematical shapes, much better. And it does it all with PyAutoGUI, so that's pretty cool. And I have plans eventually to kind of expand. So what we're doing with the browser is we're looking at the page, figuring out all the things that are visible, and then printing out like the X path to that, and then the content of it, so that it can reason about what's on the page. And you can do the same thing for Windows components, right? Like you can take all the buttons and use the accessibility APIs to show what the button says or what role the button is. And that should make it be pretty good at doing desktop things. And yeah, it's quite slow now. Did not sure that working backwards helps.
Yeah, you need to give it a good example first.
Yeah.
Kind of looking at things. It's so stupid. I just, I'm playing with it in the playground, trying to make it do things backwards. And with the first one, it's okay. So first one is like find out who the CEO of Express AI is. Yeah, kind of. I've turned its output around so that it has that. So I'm going like buy an Ember Mac from Amazon, and it also does that. And then I tell it solve world hunger, and it's like, okay, step 1. Like F you. Start with step 6.
No, it likes starting at 1.
Okay.
Why is it starting with task 17? Oh, well, it is task 17, task name task 1. Click on the search bar. So, yeah, I guess it's okay. Right. Why did that not work? We go-to'd. This didn't work, though I think it should. An Ember coffee mug, that should work too. What happened there? That was very weird. Click on that. That looks perfect. Right here. That's perfectly fine. Right? I'm not crazy. There's my agents. Okay. Spec Python. So spec here. With the exception, try passwords to E. I guess maybe having this in the front is better, because if this is really long, truncated.
Yeah, I think you should give it before that.
Yeah. Then we do this. And then below. Yeah, and then let's print E if there's some error, I think. Let's see it. Then browser total error. Okay. That might make things a little bit easier to see exactly what happened. If I can program. Let's try that again. I don't know why it always does this, but it's so good that it does.
You mean that it goes to Amazon at the very first thing? That is like that is its answer to develop a task list with the given objective. I think it's because you give it tools when it's supposed to just create the task list.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Okay, clicking. Select location. Where is this guy? Select location. Why did you decide on clicking that thing? It clicked the deliver to. Yeah, it's clicking on that, and then it says click on the search box, and it's successfully doing that. But that's not what it's not what you want to do. What was the objective again?
Looks like GPT-4 is kind of better than GPT 3.5 in doing things in reverse order.
Yeah, it is so much better at like everything. Like you can tell it to. I think for me, one of the other GPT-4 wow things is I encoded a message to always respond in ROT16 or something like that. In ROT16. And then it responded in ROT16 properly.
Damn, that's impressive.
And I think I then said respond in Pig Latin in ROT16 or something like that. And it also did that. And I was like, fuck, done, you know, like pretty impressive. That one was quite impressive. I don't know where I got it from. Like, I think I put in ROT 13 or something like that code, and they said, this looks like it's ROT 13. And then kind of like answered the question. I'm like, so then I just said, I continued in ROT 13 and said, you know, answer it. Also respond in ROT 13 or something. Or was it 13? I can't remember which one it was. I used the standard one, not anything special. So if you use a special ROT version, it may or may not work.
Yeah.
But that's like one thing that you can do to like totally fuck up like other language models, you know? They just can't deal with encryption like that. And yet GPT-4 does, and that's, you know.
It's yeah. I'm continuing with my with trying to make it plan backwards, and it just doesn't want to. It's like even if I just ask for the last step to do, it's very much like it won't plan backwards. It will only try to plan forwards. Let's ask ChatGPT for a prompt that will make ChatGPT 3.5 plan backwards.
It has no idea what GPT 3.5 is. One issue about having it do this this way, where it's like doing browser tool one thing, is that the task runner, when there's an error, it gets that result and then runs the next thing and then gets that result and the other thing. So there's not just one error, there's like an error for each one of those things, and the context is ridiculous. 62,000. So that is kind of a problem, and I wish it would stop trying to click. Why does it think it needs to click on this thing first?
No idea.
Okay, hold on. Browser tool is already logged in. So this is buy now button. By now button and the correct address is the default. So you can simply use the Buy Now button. Let's just do it that way. Let's see if that helps it not try to change the address, because that's just weird.
So I've tried it with the prompt GPT-4 gave me, and it kind of worked.
Oh.
And it used the objective of publishing a novel. So that could be a bit better. So working backwards, I'm going to read it backwards now. So first, if I want to publish a novel, I need to set goals, then build an audience, then network with other authors, then get a literary agent, then build a platform, then start marketing it. Then I do the research for on publishing options. Only then I start writing, editing, and then I publish it. So in order to become a successful novelist, you first need to become something like a successful novelist. And only then write your novel.
Yeah. That's kind of weird.
Okay, let's see. If I ask it with the objective of finding out who the CEO of Express AI is, it fails to do this. Yeah. GPT 3.5 just doesn't want to work backwards. How can we, using a top-down approach? Oh, looks like my wife just got home. So I guess I need to drop from the stream again. And looking at your time, it's probably not too bad idea to finish the stream anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're getting close.
Yeah, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll say my goodbye.
Okay.
And yeah, if you continue streaming, I guess I'll maybe join later on. But I think you should head to bed soon too. It's like 2:30 in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
So goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, I think I will just keep going till 3. See the different, play around with it a little bit. So yeah, so here we can see the tests are kind of okay. Having it do multiple things at once, I think, is hurting more than it helps. So let's put yeah. this part. The browser tool. Like one of the things is we kind of need it to not do this. Like it needs to go to browser tool, do one thing and get the output, right? So maybe let's put example 1. Right, and then example 2. Steps. Let's maybe try it this way. That might help a little bit, because it's like clicking blindly essentially when it tries to do more than one thing at once, and we don't want it to do that. We want it to look at the page, see what's in it, then do the next thing based off of what it sees. So yeah, either we do it this way, or I think one of the other things I can do is like just add the current page, right? So like have that be in the context. The browser is currently at this page. The content is currently this. This is your task. What do you do next? Type of thing. That might actually help quite a bit. But let's see how this one goes. Task seems fine. Like click on the thing, type in Ember coffee mug. Getting oddly specific on the task. Click on Ember temperature control ceramic mug. I don't think they're ceramic, but I could be wrong. $3,000 tokens is quite a lot of tokens. And OpenAI is kind of probably not responding too quickly. Where are we at right now? We are at almost $2. We'll be down a lot more than $2 if it actually buys this mug, because it's a ridiculous huge kind of mug. Yeah, see, this is the thing that I needed to not do. This crap. Like seriously, don't do this. Should I add? Let me write one valid function call. Time. Let me write the next valid function call in the code block. The current task. You don't itemize the steps. Yeah, let's do that. Like it's prompt engineering time essentially. This has ideas of its own, doing stuff that you don't want to do because you know it's not going to work. No way to train it right now, so your only choice is kind of to just prompt it and zero shot the thing and see how it does. Okay. I also do not like how something is not, it's like capturing the signals for Control C. And I think it is inside the SSL lib in OpenAI. So that makes canceling be really, really slow. Okay, so click on the search bar, type in Ember Coffee Mug, press enter. Okay, we might have a problem with that one. Click on the first result. It's a little too specific there. Okay. There's no buy now button. Because you got ahead of yourself again. I wonder how I can prompt it to kind of understand what is going to happen. Like, it doesn't know all that much. Or at least now, okay, so now it knows that the cart is empty. It doesn't need to use the cart because we're trying to use buy now, right? But does it learn from that? Let's see. Let's see. I don't have a lot of hope. What am I? And anyway, if anybody has any other interesting tasks that it could do, let me know in the chat. Something simpler than buying something on Amazon might be cool, but it's just something I think if I can get this thing to do that, then I can get it to do a whole lot of things. And so for some reason, it's the only thing that comes to mind, but I'm sure there's more. It's like, no, the element that you're not at the buy now button. Yes. Okay, use the browser tool to navigate. Okay. Click buy now button. Cart is empty, man. Come on, get your shit together. Maybe I can change the objective a little bit. We purchase an Ember Coffee mug. Browser tool is already logged in. Correct address is the default. Maybe let's skip this buy now business. If we do it that way, I kind of feel like buy now is important because just the way it's programmed, it will like seriously try to avoid personally identifiable information. So if you have like addresses and stuff, it just notes right out. So I want to kind of move in a way that avoids addresses and things like that, since it can't deal with that. It's programmed not to deal with. So let's see. Search bar. All those things seem reasonable. The limiting part. I wonder if the limiter is slow. It might be. It's kind of true. What is taking so long? Is it having the 2,000 tokens, or is it the 3,000 tokens? Is it limiting to 2,000 that's taking this much time? All very good questions. I feel like it's weirdly stuck. I guess it's GPT-3 that's taking time. Which is weird because, it's super fast in general. Try that again. Okay, let's go to the browser. Go to Amazon. Now we got a page. Creating tasks. Okay. Enter Ember coffee mug in the search bar. Kind of wonder if maybe the develop the task list is not the right one for a browser tool. We might want to make it explicit that it needs to research what X paths are available first. And this one sure is taking a long time. I kind of wish I could stream the output to the console. make things look like they go much faster. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of play with this for another 10 minutes or so, and then call it a day. There are many things still left to do for the platform, which I want to release before the end of the month. The main things that we want to do are to enable this. Get that working. Again, why does it click on the address? It doesn't need to click on the address. Did I remove that? Okay, it's just the default. Man, it's so dumb. Yeah, and I do need it to not run multiple things. I mean, having multiple things, I guess, is kind of okay, but we need to fail on the first one and then stop. So when we run tool, we take each code, we have our browser tool error. Ideally, if we throw an exception in here, we can then catch it in the run tool and not continue. But I do want the tool to be able to have like custom errors. If we look at the tool runner, which I think is the first thing, it should be here, task executor, critic, runner. Run the tools. So it's do. Try. And we try to do that. And then if we get an exception, then we abort. So action value and actually, I don't think we're adding output, huh? Then if it's an error, result equals error. So plus equals E. Yeah, and then if we have that, then the browser tool can stuff what it wants to do into the exception. I mean, you have to be careful because one of the things that I know happens, because it happens every single time, is when Playwright says that, couldn't find the thing after the timeout. ChatGPT always wants to increase the timeout. It thinks that increasing the timeout will help, and nope, it never helps. It is almost never necessary. But for some reason, it really thinks that that's what it needs to do. iPhone and subject. I'm thinking of rethrowing the original, but I want to add stuff to the message. Yeah, I guess I'll just not have the original. We'll just do raise exception. And I just put the message. E plus new line plus let's just call this error message is equal to string E new line error message plus equals like that. Try to dump that and raise section here, error message. Okay, so doing it this way should be helpful. Making sure only one thing works, and then if it fails, it dies. So let's see how that works. I guess this will be the last experiment that I do today. So thanks for everyone who's watching. And if you have any questions, head over to the ExpressAI Discord. If you want to try it for yourself, head over to the ExpressAI GitHub. All of the stuff that I showed is based off of our open source. And this browser thing too will also be added to the GPT toolkit, GPT agent toolkit rather, as soon as we can get it working. So if you're interested in this, kind of keep an eye out, like star and follow the repository, and you'll be the first to know when you have the browser. If you're more of a user, right, rather than developer, then feel free to sign up to our waiting list and kind of get early access as soon as it's available to our agent platform. It's probably going to be pretty sparse at the beginning, but hopefully with community help, we'll have a lot of really capable agents on the platform soon. So if you want to be, in the know when it comes to AI agents, sign up for that and be notified as soon as it's ready. And yeah, thanks for sticking around. And oh God, stupid, it again wants to change my location. Why does it want to change my location? Well, anyway, I think we're going to cut it there because I'm tired of GPT and its bullshit. So yeah, so thanks for watching, and I'll see everyone next week, same time. Maybe again another time. I am thinking of having a kind of more US friendly time as well, so I might be back at a different time, but at least for now, I'll see you guys again on Tuesday, same time. And if there's any questions, feel free to hit us up on the Discord. We're always there. And thanks for watching. See you guys later.